It's been a while since Angry Little Tuna participated, so glad that he's back.
Welcome back, Angry Little Tuna.
Scientist from the East Coast.
Oh, excellent. Very cool. David Blaine, thanks for letting me know that the speech wasn't up there. I apologize if it's too loud or anything like that, but you are listening to Akai as well. We're on the voice chat as usual. But hope everyone's doing well and hope they had a good 4th of July as well as a good week. And sorry about your dog. Yeah, 4th of July can be rough for some dogs too, from what I've heard.
Oh, it's fine. We're used to it. I mean, it's fine for us. It's not fine for them. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're just worried that when he gets to old age, it's going to be like a heart condition. If he has a heart condition, then we'll have to figure out something to do with it.
Yeah. Oh, poor guy. On the 4th of July, it's an angry little doggy. Yeah.
I know. Sussan has cats. Do you have any pets at your house?
No, I'm not a pet person at all. Neither is my wife. So my kids wish we were though.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, I am glad to hear that you're doing fantastic. Jimmy, I hope you're doing really well.
Got 3 more matches before we begin. Passcode 0707. Thunder jackets for fireworks anxiety. There's something that's supposed to be like a tight to hold on to. To kind of give some comfort, like someone's hugging and holding him. I heard that. We should. Yeah, I told my sister to try that out. Let's see. Yeah, to see a post by KDQ Iraq. Looks like they're playing some type of invitational tournament for Ultimate Showdown in 2025.
Oh, very cool.
To be announced, but
No, it was a good battle. It can always be a tough battle with like for pretty much everybody. It takes a while to learn how to deal with Sarah's Flamingo. I will say you want to identify the need, like the ways that she can go to Flamingo. If you can identify those things, it's a little easier. There's 2 specifically. There's a knee, and then there's her spinning into a kick. There's other ways too, but those 2 ways are going to leave her plus on block, which makes the pressure almost inevitable. So it means like you kind of most of the time blocking. Now Leon is one of the characters with an 11 frame jab, so he can actually disrupt the popular. He can disrupt the popular thing that she does, but for most people, they should start. Well, even these characters with 11 frame jabs should start with. Good. He remembered. They should basically remember that you should blocking or evading to the front are the 2 stronger options when she enters Flamingo. And then after that, like if you happen to have an 11 frame jab, one of the 4 characters, Akai, Kage, Eileen, or Leon, then jabbing is really a decent option, but not always. You want to mix it up. But the reason it's a decent option is because it does interfere with the knee, because now that knee is not a frame tied option. And then normally the mix up is that knee versus a low kick, but the low kick she has to like convert into a hit throw. But you're mainly worried about the knee first. If you can identify when she's in flamingo or when she set it up, though, that's like the first step to defending against it. And then you do have to start getting comfortable with when to counterattack, when to attack after blocking her options. So it gets a little tricky, and it is a strong skill check at developing level. It's really hard. It's hard even at advanced level, but you will get used to it. You'll realize, oh, she's plus here. I need to defend a little more. Now, something that I do, but again, this is hard for a lot of people to learn to do, is I do use spacing a lot against Sarah, right? And that's because she does have good stuff against spacing, but in general, a lot of the weaknesses for a lot of her best moves is the spacing. Now the other hard part is the okizeme. That's going to be probably the biggest challenge for a lot of people, is dealing with the okizeme. Her okizeme is arguably the best in the game. She has so much time and so many good tools to pressure you with. She can punish you for staying down easily. She can also really pressure you when you tech roll very easily. A lot of times you're going to be forced to actually tech roll, because if she ever shows that she can do ground combos, and Solari can. So if you're fighting a Sarah and they show their hand that they're able to punish you for staying down, then you really have to mix up how you wake up. It's not even a choice. You must mix it up, and more often than not, you have to tech roll. If you tech roll, though, you just have to understand when you're stuck under that pressure, when she opts to do flamingo. And then if you're in side turn, you're even in a worse situation. So you got to be very patient. She's going to test your defense. And those are some of the key reasons why Sarah can be very hard to deal with, and why it takes a while to learn how to fight against her. But she is a great character to learn in general, especially for beginners. I think she actually forces you to play really solid VF, and what I encourage is that she makes you learn how to play what we call moral VF, which means trying to play frame appropriate, where the risk is not that you're with very little basically trying to play within the frames. If you're +2, an elbow is good, or a low punch, right? But then when you're +4, then that opens up stuff like your counter hit launcher and stuff like that. But not doing it when you have less than those advantages, except for the rare exception.
I'm just going to interrupt real quickly. This is the last match before we start the first league of the day. So any last minute people want to join, passcode is 0707.
Such a good move always. Alright. So Akira does have options there when forcing me to be back turn. It's just that they have to be pretty quick options, or my kick is really fast. So, alright, good luck everybody. Let's have fun.
Good luck, guys.
Yep, let's start it now.
But
8 players.
But yeah, Leon's back turn kick really fast. It's faster than the jab. Alright, everybody, hope you're doing well. This should be a lot of fun. Always a lot of fun. Alright, here we go, Xeno Haste. Like the costume as usual. Very good. Good choice. Forcing guesses. I do this really quick to challenge your speed. It is hard to react to a low punch. You do develop it. Keep working at it. Keep trying. Because the more you try, the sooner you'll get better at it. Okay, good. Oh, very good call out. You are at a disadvantage if I block that full sequence. Very good. That was a good call out. Very good. Good. That was an excellent mix-up too. So right now he's done 6-6 plus K into low kick, and then now he's done the P plus K. He couldn't get the hit throw because it was a death kill, death hit. But he probably was going for that, and he probably would have nailed it. Very good delay strings. Man, these are fantastic things that Solari's doing. I'm sorry, that Xeno Haste is doing. Really, really cool things. Alright, and that's Leon's really deadly sequence. Like, if I hit you with this swipe, you need to defend. You want to either evade, you want to block is probably the best one, or evade to Leon's back, which means evade towards his front leg. Very good. Alright, that was an awesome game. You did such really, really awesome stuff. Your Lao is stronger. It is doing some very intimidating stuff. Now, they are gambles, but the gambles paid off. You're getting, it seems like you're more comfortable with mixing it up. Sometimes you're going to lose it, but make sure you get a good return when you win it. And that was very good. So, that was excellent, Xeno Haste. Keep it up. Keep it up. But a lot of those games that you got me with were good games. There was delay string was one of the last ones. That's something that Lao's very good at, because it punishes someone like me that's trying to react to a lot of stuff. Delay strings really mess with people that react. Now, the lower level delay string is like, it's good, but it's okay. But at the higher level, delay string is really powerful, because if people are starting to use really advanced techniques, it messes up. Yeah, that was fantastic. And then the mix-ups were good. The back turn mix-up was very, like, you guessed well a good number of times. Like, I'd say 2 out of 3. That's really good. You're aiming for more than half, right? It's like poker odds. You're aiming for, when you're doing mixing up, you're hoping that you're on the positive end of it, on more than half. Very good. Alright. Go Zaytigi. Alright. Good games, Tiggy. Okay, so my main advice is that if your opponent is doing backdashing, dashing elbow becomes a little worse, but super dashing elbow becomes better. And so you may want to, you're going to want to focus on being able to do that in the same places, which is a load on the inputting. It's quite a load on inputting, but it is really a big difference. Now, it doesn't mean you're always doing dashing elbow or super dashing elbow instead of dashing elbow. It just means that you're reserving dashing elbow to where you would use where your other characters would do an elbow. And then, but against Akira, I'm going to probably backdash a little more, maybe a lot more, to be honest. If it's working for me, I'm going to do it a lot more, because I don't like to get into those games that Akira does have, and so. So there's a couple benefits for doing super dashing elbow instead against a backdash. One is that super dashing elbow, because of its complicated input, you might end up doing a delayed super dashing elbow unintentionally, because you're hitting forward, 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 which is forward, neutral, forward, neutral, forward, neutral punch. So you may accidentally do a delay, and that's a good thing because it makes it harder to evade super dashing elbow. It's the same thing if you do crouch dash into 4-6P to do the double palm. A lot of times those things hit because they end up being delayed, and if the opponent was doing evades, there's a good chance they evade too early and get hit by it. So Akira has really powerful use of delay attacks. And you can think of delay dashing elbow as in, like, if you did like dash into dashing elbow, then you accidentally get you'll accidentally get like a super dashing elbow. And it works pretty well too. Good. We were able to keep this back, simplify the options, and it worked out well for us. Shoot. We happen to guess right at the right spots. That's what matters here, right? This is called winning the big exchanges. Good. The punish could be better there. There could be a better punish for that. Oh, that was so good. I'm so glad that Leon is really hard to ring out. Like, he looks like he's rung out when he's not. And so that's what makes him hard to ring out, is you end up like not sure how to confirm it, and a lot of times you realize he's not actually that close to being rung out because of the character model. So good game, Solari. Good game. That was very intense. A lot of the exchanges were pretty scary. I'm glad that I just happened to get a good guess at the right times to convert it into bigger damage. I just know that there are bigger ways to punish the low attack. That's what I do know. I don't know what they are, but I know that the punishes could have been bigger. But it's really good that you did the punish. That's more important. But you know, it's also like, okay, but you can punish it with more damage. Here's the angry little tuna. Good. Alright. I really like these exchanges. There's a lot of good stuff in the exchanges. I just have a lot of experience fighting against Shen, so I am going to turn it into some pretty scary damage. That was excellent. My tempo against Shun can be tough until you get used to it. So you'll get used to it, Angry Little Tuna. You have a very good Shun. Just have to get used to my tempo. Hey Nala, I like the Shun gang. You know, got an amazing one in America. Right. Now something I would point out, and you don't have to do this, Angry Little Tuna. This is purely optional because your approach to VF is perfectly fine. But Shun is really, really good at zoning. Shun is like the best at zoning in this game, and Shun does zoning games better than Leon does. So you may want to sometimes experiment with it if you don't already have it in your game. But you may be surprised how good Shun's runaway and tagging game is against everyone, including Leon. But it's purely your prerogative. You don't have to do it. It's purely up to what you're comfortable doing and what you like to do. It's not saying you must do it. But just letting you know, Shun is very strong at playing that game, and it's very strong against Leon, actually. But it takes a while to develop it, too. And I'm very aggressive. So I am the type of person who's going to do long-range attacks and who's going to try to hit you out of it. I'm stubborn that way. Even if I'm losing, I'm going to keep trying to do it for a while. So that is a heads up, is that I do try to outplay the opponent, even when their character is better at that skill than me. So, just food for thought. But your Shun is great. Keep it up. Alright, I'm not fast enough to stagger break right now this morning. Not feeling the stagger break yet. Oh, wow. Standing palm beat that. Okay. Standing palm. Okay. Well, this is going to be a tough match, but let's see how we go. I'm not sharp, and that means I'm not as in control of my options as I want to be. Against Setsuna, I have to be very careful about because he punishes you for doing things you want to do, and that's how it should be in VF. But he is particularly good at that, right? And so that's why I have maybe the hardest time against him, is because this he knows what I want to do, like most of the time, right? And so it's tough. And so that means that like if I'm playing, even though I've got like, that was really good. Okay, I'm getting a little sharper actually though. I'm getting a little sharper here, so. Let's see if I can do it. Very good. See, this is where he's like desperate, and he knows, well, not desperate, he just knows that a low attack is likely there, and so he's going to do the hop kick. So I just have to remind myself in that situation, that's probably what happened. Yeah, just like here, right? He just double down on it. That's it. Good game. But it's also that I get punished really hard for the hard reads. Akira's very good at doing a lot of damage on a hard read. So yeah. So again, the reason I can't do loose play, Setsuna is maximizing the use of certain direct reads. Like it doesn't that's winning on big points, winning on big reads. It's like okay. The opponent under this pressure he's gonna probably do a low attack, or when in this situation he just tends to do it. So I get punished really good for that. So that was an awesome battle, Setsuna. Setsuna has also taken down Jimmy Claymore as well. So this is Setsuna is. It's gonna be hard to see Setsuna not winning this league battle. Hey Nelly, good to see you. Thank you. Also Silverbolt, hello. And Elson Wong, yes. Yeah, Brooklyn meetup's going to be so much fun. You've got a lot of players that are ready to go out there. You'll definitely be seeing Tricky, Harpooneer, Bronx Jackie, um, and Tricky, and hopefully Nelson. I would really like it if you can see Hot Sauce Nelly. It's a lot of fun. Um, yeah. So I think it's going to be an amazing time in Brooklyn. I love playing in Brooklyn. Don't think too much that's gambling. Think of it as forcing a guess. Think of it as guessing. It's just that you want to be you want to be winning those guesses more than half the time. That's all it is. And you want to work on them. Don't run away from guessing. This game you have to guess like a lot. If you run away from guessing, you're actually making it harder for yourself in this game. And so there's a lot of times where you're forced to guess. And so so it is and so you want to do those things, right? When you force a mid-low mix-up, that's forcing a guess. That's forcing the opponent's defense to guess, and that's taking a guess too. When you force a guess, you are guessing. So, in this game is all about it, actually. This game, that is the thing. That's what smooths out skill in this game. That's what keeps skilled players in check, is that a beginner can outguess them, you know. But it's also how a strong player just knows where they're guessing. So there's a lot of poker comparison in this sense about decision making and odd and confidence in reads, confidence in force guess, you know. So the more you play it, the more because there are so many different games you can play. The more that you'll realize, oh, the opponent is comfortable with this, and then they're not comfortable with this, and that gives you a better chance of feeling like how to win on guessing. All right, good game, Akai. Man, awesome to have the Vanessa gang here. I love having you guys here, having all of you here. Well, no, Akai is running through the cast. So each time, basically, Akai challenges themselves to win with each character, but they lock themselves into a character. They roll a dice. And so recently they rolled Jeffrey. So then it's like, okay, I've got to learn Jeffrey. I have to play Jeffrey in League, and I won't switch characters until Akai won't switch characters until they've won a first place with Jeffrey. So they've actually been with Jeffrey for a long time now. And Jeffrey is a hard one. Jeffrey is a harder character to play than you realize, but Jeffrey does have good damage. But Jeffrey is doing a lot more reading. I forgot I'm playing against Jimmy here. I totally forgot I'm fighting Jimmy. Okay, I can't chat anymore. So I'm going right now. That part of my brain's not matching up against Jimmy. So oh, that was so good. I love that opening. Look at this damage. And Aoi has an amazing wall game, by the way. But she's very technical. In my opinion, the female characters in this game are very strong, but they're technical. Technical means hard. Some people think technical means that technical means weak. It's like, no, but they're like the most fun to play because they're so technical. That was so good. Alright, good game, Jimmy. That was a lot of fun. I shouldn't talk so much. Well, I can talk if things are clicking, right? If I'm like, okay, certain ways of playing are working, then I can talk. But that was lots and lots of fun. No, actually, there's clear decisions, but they're hard to execute. So when I'm talking about technical, like, Aoi, if you are really, like, with Aoi, you want to know when to do certain things. Unclear is more about why it's hard to learn and why it is technical. So unclear is more on the where you're at with that character. But actually, there are more clear options with these technical characters. But it relies on a lot of things. It relies on either reacting to your opponent much sharper than normal, right? Like a Jackie that's really good at whiff punishing with beat knuckle, but doing it really like in their face, and just every time they see it, they crouch under a high. Like that's a high skill thing because you got to be really fast to do that. Doesn't mean that that's Jackie's only game. Jackie can play a very easy way to use the beat knuckle. Can just guess. It's easy, and you're still doing it, right? They could be very good at reading opponents and therefore making really strong guesses and counters their reads. Yeah. But let's see here. Congratulations, Satsuna. Congratulations, Jimmy. That was an awesome league battle. So much fun. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun today. That was a really fun first league battle. Alright. Congratulations, Satsuna. That was an awesome battle. And
Good game. See you too.
So those who want to join, passcode will be 0707 for North America region players with wire connection. And I'm going to post it around to the other social media sites and PSN group chat. And after that, we'll then hit the 5-match countdown to start the second league.
And I'm going to remind most of people that are playing in League to just, not to worry too much about results again. But yes, I understand the want and need to. But the places like this are amazing. Like League Battle is an amazing place to work on technique. Actually, if you obviously I'm gonna try to win a lot, but generally I love working on technique. And a lot of times when I'm in situations where like if I take the win out of the condition, out of the primary condition for myself, then working on technique is really huge. Like it's a lot of fun. It actually makes it a lot more fun for me, and those things can be measured a bit. You're like, I want to get good at doing this setup and mixing it up. I want to get good at feeling out how to force and mix upon opponents and winning those a bit more. Yeah. We were talking about Aoi on my chat, and so Aoi is again very technical. So why is she technical? Well, it's not just because she has a defensive game. Like the defensive game is not the only thing. Is that she has a really good pressure game, but if she makes mistakes, she does eat a lot of damage. And so playing this pressure game is really like it takes a lot of experience. It takes a lot of experience to know just how risky you are with it, but also knowing when you can do it really safely. And she basically, Akira might be defined by really powerful elbows, but Aoi's elbow game is really like high pressure, and her strings and her range play. But her range play is difficult because if you don't get it right, you're gonna eat a lot of damage. But she's actually got very good range play. Her spacing play is really fantastic. And then she's got good throws. She's got good low throw. She's got good ways to set up. And she has a lot of good stuff, but they all require either a bit of execution or skillful application to work them on an opponent. So, yeah, I was just saying that the female characters are not weak, even though there was a time when people would say that Sega balances them so they're weak, but that's only when you're looking at like easy forms of Nitaku or something like that. The female characters in this game are technical. So, but that's what makes them so fun to play. Yeah, she gets the thing is that Aoi doesn't like dealing with low attacks, and so I didn't do it as much against Jimmy, but again, Jimmy's so strong that doesn't doing low attacks doesn't mean you win. But Aoi hates being constrained by low attacks. Yeah. Playing Shun is a big part of knowing. There's a lot of knowledge checks with Shun too, so yeah. Now that you, after Nala played with Shun, Nala is able to fight Shun. Yes. Right, are we still in commercial?
Well, no more commercials. Now that I learned that now that after a year or so doing it, I always thought that ads just randomly pop up even when you're watching the stream fully.
But no, just at the start.
Same time you open it, you get they throw you ads at the oddest times.
Yeah.
So
But I think you do get more money when you let it do the way that you were doing it. I think it does.
I do get more money. I do get more money, but it's not that enough.
Yeah, it's not like a huge amount. It's like we're rich. No.
Getting rich.
Living the dream.
The guy's not getting rich of it.
Living the streamer dream.
Maybe gets a Coke every other quarter, but.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. But yeah, I find out. So after reading about this and reading this like 3 times the same thing, it's actually very confusing. But I found that the only time that ads actually shows up after, for example, if someone comes into stream right now, they have to watch the ad at the very beginning.
Yes.
Yes.
But ads should not actually show up again if you stay on the stream, unless the streamer actually
hits the button again.
The person to do it. It's only like, for example, if you like leave the stream and then come back in.
You'll get the
input. Yeah. So originally I thought if like they're going to randomly put ads anyway while you're watching a stream, like at some strange times, then I manually control when I actually do it. Like they say you want 3 minutes of ads, then there should be no pre-roll ads that randomly pops up. But I find out that those. It's only for those roles for people who just come into the stream to watch. And then as you saw, sometimes when I'm using the stream manager to try and run those ads, I'm not monitoring at times, and then so it just randomly shows up at the bad timing. So I'll just let it go as how it as is right now. Just see how that works. But I already got 3 subscribers for the month of July, so.
That's nice.
That's at least 3 Coca-Colas, 3 20-ounce Coca-Cola bottles. So thank you very much. But I guess it's fulfilling a very bad addiction to soda. But there's worse addiction. All right. We'll start the countdown after this match. 5 matches before we start the second league. We got Silbo joining. I will be sitting out, so I'm just put myself a spectator.
All right, welcome to the room, Silverbolt. Good to have you here. It's been good chatting with you in the chat, so I'm glad you're able to join us as usual. There's an exciting battle between Jimmy and Solari. Really fun stuff.
Yeah, Solari has gotten really, really good lately. So
I think they've been very strong, but I do think they're overcoming like the there's a certain challenge that you and I and some other players give a lot of trouble to Solari, right? That's just because they're developing, right? And they've only been playing a few months, but there's I think they are now because our game is really forcing them to be even more comprehensive in their game, and I think the skills that they are good at make them really, really strong at the beginner and intermediate level. VF. They're very strong at those things, and they're strong fighting against strong players, actually. But I think now, like you're saying, they are seeing the fruits of that labor because they've been playing a lot. I think they play about similar as much as like Paul 6'8" KDMD, and that's why I see them as someone that's going to be insanely strong, and I see them as already strong. But at the same time, I also let them play in my excuse me, in my development leagues, because I can see, just like with Zaytiggy's really strong, but I can see like the things that they're still working on that are really like important for that next level, you know. I'm pretty sure they've played, but I do think they should. Yeah. What I like is that I think Solari is able to play a lot too, and and just like they're working on their game. They might get upset or angry, but I've never seen it. But I think their mindset is just focused on improving, you know. And I know VF can be brutal even to the most patient people, and so. And I think they get a lot of mileage out of that. You know, I think it's something Paul gets a lot of mileage. Paul's definitely a person who does get irritated. He's very polite, so he won't show it, but you can feel it. And I think it's the same with Solari. Solari is actually quite polite in their online communication, but but I can feel the frustration at times. But I also know that they also they have that drive, that grit that says I can do this. Like even when it's really upsetting, you know. But I don't think they really stop believing in themselves that much. I think sometimes you get self-doubt, but it's really, in their case, it's low compared to most people.
I think in general, his work on the punch, elbow, throw, triangle is very good.
Yes, well that's their standout strength, right? So but the reason they have trouble dealing with me, right, is how much I'm stressing the spacing game. It's very hard to see it. I think they can see it because they see themselves losing to it, right? And it's not just like spacing out. It's the subtle spacing. It's that this is close up. This is close up. This is like normal low punch range, right? This is elbow. This is the tip of elbow range, right? These little differences. And with Sarah, it's more sensitive because her attacks her really, really good core attacks are just slightly lower range.
Shorter range?
Vanessa has the same problem. Elblaze has a similar problem, right? So.
Yeah, and different things.
Yeah.
I think the other thing is, I think the one point that Solari needs to start making right now is how to flip that triangle into something else, right?
Yeah.
Because sometimes I feel like, okay, I'm not getting any traction with them as far as, regular, punch, elbow, throw game. And I'm like, okay, let me flip this, 180 and attack him from a different angle. So.
Yeah. Nelly brings up the good point too, that I'm extremely stubborn, but my stubbornness loses to Setsuna, so so, it's like I told everyone. The thing is, Akira, it's a big compliment, and no, it's because I told everybody. Like I really stress it. You're a person that makes very big key reads. It's not that you're always doing it. It's that you just when someone's reliably more likely going to do a certain thing at a very certain time. And and Akira can cash in on that really big, and then you can cash on the small ones too. So the rounds that you win against me is because you also cashed in on a few small ones, but you definitely cashed in on a big one, right? And that's why I told everyone against you, I have to be way more conscientious and I have to really resist temptations I have, Not because it doesn't work, it still works, but there's going to be a key moment where I'm going to get blown up for it. So, really hard, and it is going to be a product of my stubbornness.
I think that's one of the key reasons where I see Akai having a lot of success against me, where his patience he's stubbornly patient.
Yeah.
And so if he has to drag something out forever, then he's fine with that. I'm not, and I don't know if you know that, but I'm not. So that's where I'll get impatient and start leaving.
To be fair, though, the last 2 weeks you have done very well against me, so I have to adjust now again.
Yeah, but you did have I want to say, you remember that time we were playing that triangle with Kangaman?
Uh-huh.
I think that's the kind of thing that I'm trying to stress, right? It's
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
where one of us was being the other person. I was the rock against Tango Man's scissor, and Tango was the scissor to Sasuna, something like that.
My paper, and it wasn't until one of us flipped the switch, and then everything just fell in order.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something to.
Yeah.
I got. I think it was Tengu. I got Tengu. I managed to get Tengu, and then you got. No, wait.
Yeah, I think it was you kept being me, but I kept Tengu my key.
Yeah, Tengu kept being me.
I was being Tengu man. Yeah, that was that night.
Right. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's not one thing. I think that's key part of what makes players like Jimmy, who excel in a lot of characters, good, is that every character teaches you something else from this game, something else that you can use and rely on. And until you get a taste of that, you might not naturally run into it. Like some people are naturally very good at a lot of things from other video games, but
I think the trait that I felt with Jimmy right away when I started interacting with them a few years ago, it was a strong assumption on my part, but the trait that Jimmy has is Jimmy is a lot like the top Asian players in VF. So, just like Jimmy PKG, who's a different person in Hong Kong, right? They are a person who plays the game academically. They study the game. They practice the game. Y2D is also a player like this. They will go seek out information and learn situations. They will play all the characters and just just keep adding to their knowledge pool. And so they have a drive to do that. They have a patience to do that. They love doing that, right? And then also they keep testing themselves to get stronger. Now I'd say Jimmy tests themselves to get stronger more because Jimmy doesn't seem to try to have a style of play, even if that may accidentally happen. But they try really hard to improve skills in many directions, right? They're like, okay, I can play fast, but let me try playing slow. Generally they play at an even tempo, but they're capable of playing fast and slow.
But they can be very aggressive.
Yeah. Because they're trying to play the smartest game of VF that they can, Yeah. And
and that's going to be what's going to work at the moment.
Yeah.
That's why top Japanese players will absurdly try to do something over and over and over again until you can break it.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, we have 2 more matches to go before we start. Back to about Solari, like everyone learns differently, and and Chen mentioned that he plays this game a lot, but he is also uses the resources a lot on VFTC and then on the YouTube videos like Dandy J's Bio Shodan guide.
Yep.
So for anyone who wants to get better at this game, there's a lot of resources are already available. Seeking it out yourself, but the resources are, and you could ask if people directly to what resources is there available already. Help you on your journey to get better at the game. And if those resources are not helping you, we're always trying different ways of doing it. Chanta is doing his helping with his developmental sessions, even while we're doing these leagues. So just what I'm trying to say is that there are people here who's going to help, and resources are already available to help. So if there's frustration, don't get. All of us get frustrated. I think that's a fact, right? I think it's just that we just show it differently. But don't get too hard on yourself. Right? Is my opinion.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I get really salty. I think most people have seen that. So.
But do try to let yourself have fun. I think it's a huge part of it. I do think Solari is having a lot of fun, and I think Paul too. And I think allow yourself to have fun while doing this too. especially this game. Like I said, this game, even the most patient people get tested on their patience in this game. So.
And one of the best advices is that when you cannot win, just take a break and go drink some alcohol, or in my case, drink some soda. That's advice from Shiva, VF player from Japan. Thanks for playing, Jimmy. And we have one more match to go before we start.
Jimmy, thank you very much, and thanks for working with these players. I don't know if I'm pretty sure they know, but just as a heads up, Jimmy's intention is to work with you guys too. So that's why with Angry Little Tuna, Jimmy's like, hey, let me show you some stuff with Sean, and then against Solari, hey, let me show you some stuff with Sarah. So you can always watch back in the VODs to kind of see some of the stuff that Jimmy's showing. Jimmy is, they're very polite. They're not trying to push or anything like that, but their intention is to kind of show you some stuff. They are incredibly strong and incredibly knowledgeable. And these types of players you always want to be grateful for in your communities, whichever games you're playing. You know, they're not a smartass at all about it. They're actually quite humble, but they are trying to be very helpful. So they hope that it showed you something cool, even if you might have to watch the VOD later to see it again.
Yeah, there's just definitely a lot of things that make something like that very special. And I want to say, coming from a place where I had fighting game communities that we had nothing. Like in El Salvador, we had nothing. There were no resources back in the day. There were no online. So without having somebody with that kind of knowledge that is willing to help, because we also had, a lot of people that were good at like MVC2, but, they wouldn't share anything. They would forward on to their, whatever knowledge they had and not share.
Yeah. So
it's important to have somebody like that. And so whenever they're here, just like Chanchai said, look at your VODs, try to see what they're trying to teach you, and take it to the lab. Or if you don't want to take it to the lab, ask somebody else,
Well,
or ask him.
But the lessons are always optional, though. Meaning, like I told Angry Little Tuna that, or what I said out loud in my stream, as if Angry Little Tuna was listening, and I wasn't sure. But I said. Okay, good luck. We'll talk more about later. Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck, guys. Oh, I forgot to say one match.
No, we didn't give you room. All right, Haste, here we go. Let's do this. Keep it up. Don't expect the same results all the time. Just keep working at it. That's the way of the warrior. Okay? Keep working on our art. Good result, bad result, the work still gets done. Good patience. Good. Very good choice there. Alright. So right now we're both not playing frame. It's hard to play frame tight on low punch, so I will eventually, but it took like 3 or 4 times, right? Very nice. So right now I'm just crushing options. I'm just gonna pick something that's gonna crush with the advantage I have. It's just gonna win. It's gonna be a mid. Alright. Game. In this situation, throw is the riskiest option. Throw is the absolute riskiest option here. It is very risky because if I do any attack, it will win. And but it does beat evade, so that's why it was worth considering. Yeah. Oh, our pleasure. Thank you too, because I've seen you teach a lot of Vanessa players a lot of like good stuff, Nelly. And you taught me a lot of stuff actually, like so you are one of my teachers too. So um, back in the days of Gedoshin, so and still, I love fighting your Vanessa. It's so good, beats the hell out of me. Your approach teaches me a lot too, because I have to deconstruct it, but it helps me realize helps me see what I'm doing a lot of times too. Um, so I love fighting you. I miss it actually, but we'll find common time again soon. But I do think that one of the things I am able to help and is to help people that are trying to learn, and so I try. Very good. I'm glad to hear that, Solari and Silverbolt. Thank you so much, Nelly. I'm flattered by that. It was lots and lots of fun, especially the first time we met. Yeah, the NYG2 in 2000. That was at Adam's family's hotel. So awesome. Were you there? No, I think I met you at Adam and Andy's flat, but I don't think I met. I don't know if you were at the gathering. I think it's more, but we got to play quite a bit there and other places. All right, Zaytiki. Excellent. All right. My Leon is going to punish you if you stay down. If I see it enough times, it will. Anyways. Very good block. That was so cool. Well, Zaytigi. Something I'd say, especially Kage versus Leon. Kage has a terrifying throw game because it can ring you out from most places. And so definitely leverage it. Definitely try to win by ring out like a lot. With Kage, like eventually you want to develop that skill because throwing is really good against Leon. I really mean it. I am hard to throw. I know that. But if you fight a player like me and you learn where you can throw a player like me, your throw game will improve dramatically, and you'll realize throwing was always an option. Always a very good option. It's just a matter of learning how to throw a player that plays the way I do. And so some days, if you make that your goal, like how are you going to throw Chanchai, and you get good at it, you may realize that is a huge skill in this game, like gigantic skill in this game. And then I think if you have that, a lot of the character mix-ups will open up and be stronger. Kage too. Now in this case, you're playing a very good game with Kage. You're playing more spacing and with attacks, but you're also playing the game I love to play. So we both love. Actually, we both love playing that game. So I like that you're working on building those reads too, and building the sharpness and awareness of of how to play that game against me. So it always makes it so much fun when we fight. It's a similar game. Nala also likes to play that game. And that's why like it gets my blood pumping, and I want to like do a macho contest with that, right? That's right. The reason you can't do that, but you can do backdash evade against this. So. Very good. All right. This is a really fun battle for me, Silver Belt, so I appreciate this a lot. I really am working on a lot of stuff. Like, hit the button too early. Chai stubbornness, always using uppercuts when waking up. I'm glad that I made this adjustment there to where I'm like, okay, I'll still at least win if I react too slow to it. Alright, good game, Silverbolt. That was a good battle for me. Honestly, it was. But I was trying to be sharp on a lot of stuff. And you realize that the knee, as usual, is pretty safe against me because I don't punish it as well. But I also wanted to keep maintaining that where I didn't change my mental stack, but I tried to adjust how I use my mental stack to compromise and be like, okay, well, I didn't do the direct punish, but if I am realizing, oh, that's what happened, can I do something that doesn't get crushed because I'm too slow? And I think I found some ways to do it. So, but yeah. He does. Leon gets 3 people. Okay, if there's buffer room, 4-4K. That's the hard one. Japanese treat 4-4K as -16 because of the 4-4. So 3 eye poke in the PK is like the easier one. And it's not that I'm not doing it, it's just that I'm trying to still, in my case what I was saying was I'm not actually trying to guard punish. I'm not working on it. I'm working on maintaining my mental stack activity, which is still maintaining that forward pressure, but also not losing to the crushing of Vanessa, right? Vanessa is good at crushing. This is actually why Vanessa does, like, especially defense stance, good at crushing, good at like attacking from disadvantage too. And so the thing that I had to realize is like, okay, if I'm reacting slow, the elbow's gonna lose to something, or a certain thing's gonna lose. And so even so I gotta either switch to doing a jab quickly. So I wasn't doing the. It's going to sound counterintuitive because, yes, the best thing to do is the guard punish. But I was just like, well, I still want to just deal with my mental stack. I still want to just do, like, what can I do as a compromise just to still get some damage and just correct trying to undo the absolute wrong way to do it. Because I keep getting hit by stuff after that, right? So then I was like, well, let's see what that is. And so I just, was able to jab pretty quickly and deal with that. And that sounds like a small thing, and it sounds suboptimal, but it is about mental stack management for me. It's like, okay, yeah, exactly, yeah. So it's working with that, But I am working on guard punish too. I just wasn't during that time. Like in the matches with Silverbolt, I was like, my goal wasn't guard punish, but it was doing more aggressive weaving and quick how I do sharp decisions based on situation. So things that you do when it's like not the best thing, but almost. It's okay to work with your passiveness though. There's a good way to work with it, and you're getting better and better at it actually. But there were times, not today. Today you're doing fantastic. In the past, when I fought you, there are times when you just end up sticking on guard because it looks like you don't know what to do. So then I'm like, well, if you don't know what to do, I'm gonna press, But I think you've gotten a lot better at that haste. I think you've gotten a lot better at I block something, I should throw something out, and if I lose, understanding it's not that throwing something out was the bad thing. It was that maybe you just had to pick something else. out to throw out. That's it. So the big important lesson to know is when you block, a lot of times you want to respond with something. And if it failed, it's just more like it might have been because you guessed wrong, or it might be because you're too slow. Usually one of those two things. But in VF, there's almost always some answer to whatever you're doing. So maintaining this tempo, maintaining this back and forth, this responsiveness is really important. Because being too slow makes you do a lot of things worse. Being too slow means like you've narrowed how many things are going to win on yourself, for yourself to win. So call in response is super important. Even if for a defensive player, call in response is important in this game. And a lot of times when you lose the call and response game, it wasn't because of because you did it. It's because the guess, maybe just the guess, like they picked the option that was going to beat what you picked. It doesn't mean that it's foolproof. That. Very good. Very good. That was such a fun first round. Here goes. It's getting better and better. All right. Very good. Such good choices. See, these are fantastic guesses. Those were really, really good guesses. All of them. Good decision making. We can call them reads. That was a really good game. Such a fun game, Solaris. Fantastic game. I had a blast. No, I know. I know how solid Solari is, so. Very good game, Solari. That was an awesome game. I know very well how solid Solari is. Yeah, okay, we'll lose that. Okay. too early. Yeah, side turn shoulder stagger is hard. On a good day, I can break it though. So I will get back there, but I'm not there this morning. That was an awesome battle, Setsuna. But it is scary when like when your elbow gets punished with that. Yeah. But you know, again, the weakness of jab elbow is that that's a -2 frame setup, right? Because you do jab to do +2, elbow, which lines it up that if your opponent evades the elbow at -2 for them, they have guaranteed PK. You know, so that is the risk of doing something like that type of a play, right? As opposed to elbow in neutral or elbow with advantage. But elbow, you know, obviously elbow at like +6 is not going to be evade punishable. Oh, very good games. I'm glad that you guys are having good games. This is a very fun day. It's a very good day. Alright, got Xenohaze versus Solari. Should be a lot of fun. I'll just let you play. I try not to comment too much during this one. You'll get it, but it is also, it's not always a guaranteed finisher. It's tricky. So have I found it to be? Yes, and it depends on the player. Nelly asks, have I found it harder to teach field-based player versus technical players? Yes and no. I think when it comes to teaching field-based players, if they didn't come from another fighting game, it's kind of easier. If they came from another fighting game, that's kind of when it can be harder. And that's why I ended up developing like an approach when I'm teaching someone that's coming from Tekken. Because then I found there's kind of a way to do that. Not because of compatibility, but because I've kind of identified what the Tekken player is trying to feel. And then how to course correct that in VF. But I think it's really up to the player. Technical types, because sometimes technical types might not want to study the buffer or might not use it. They might for some reason think they don't have to use the buffer. It's weird when that happens. You would think that the technical type would understand they should use the buffer, but because it's not, because VF's buffer is different than a lot of other fighting games, then the technical player sometimes just tries to disregard it. They're trying to play Virtua Fighter the way they play like Street Fighter, and it's like, and not just on this feel way, but they're just not seeing the need to do the buffer, and you're like, you got to buffer, dude. Like you really gotta input early and learn how early and learn, you know, where it's good, because otherwise you won't play frame tight. And the frames won't matter if you're not playing frame tight. It'll matter less anyways. So yeah. But it's up to each player. Everyone has different roadblocks, you know. VF is a game that makes a lot of sense functionally, but it is less intuitive, right? Again, I compare this to the game of Go. And I love the game of Go a lot. It's like my favorite board game. I think it's like the greatest game ever made. And then I also like chess. I'm not crazy about chess, but I like it a lot. I compare Virtua Fighter to Go and Tekken to chess. And I think Go has the challenge of being less intuitive for a lot of people to learn. even though the rules are actually very simple. And it's because there's uncertainty. When you have so many options, you're like, well, what do I do? And that's the big problem in Go for a lot of people. And in VF, it's kind of like that too, because when you play, you can be very prescriptive, you know. And in chess, you can be like, this is the opening you play. And in chess, capturing is a really, it's not everything, but it's an important goal. Yeah. But with Go, you have to kind of get people to feel it out more. You have to get people to kind of understand there's a push and a pull in that game. And that the more you push, the more your opponent can just better defend you, you know. And so you don't want to be too greedy and Go, but you got to be very zen about that game, very yin and yang. Yeah, backgammon is a little more straightforward and easier and intuitive to learn actually. So, all right, let's join the Discord. But the thing is with Go, it's like this big open space. So players are like, where do I go? And they don't like that uncertainty. It's like I play a lot of board games. There's auction games. People by their default do not like auction games. The auction games are awesome. If you have a sense for probability, gambling, and statistics, auction games are so cool. Most people don't know that in Monopoly, I don't like the game Monopoly, but most people don't know that in the game of Monopoly there's an auction that you can trigger anytime when nobody buys a property, an auction is triggered, and you can now buy the property at a discount. But nobody knows this. A lot of people don't know that rule exists because a lot of people intuitively run away from it. When you're being taught by your big brother or your cousin, they don't tell you about this because they don't want to deal with the stress of an auction. They don't want to guess. They don't want to guess the value. They don't want to feel like they're afraid that they're going to overpay for something, and they don't want that feeling, you know? And so, but you're like, no, if you triggered the auction, you got it at a discount, you know, right? So it's like, but now that said, Monopoly's not a really good board game, but playing with auctions makes it a much better game than playing without it. Yeah. Well, I think even people that read the rule book is just like a casual family. They're like, oh, I don't want to deal with the auction, so they just forget that it exists. That's the thing. They might have read it in the rules, and then they just totally forgot that it exists because it's not on their radar. It's not something they want to do. So a lot of people naturally like, and so VF, you have to teach people. You got to guess. Some people love it. Some people are like, oh, okay, and they like that. And I think fighting games, a lot of modern fighting game players know now, guessing is a good thing in a fighting game, or it can be. But you know, you look at Tekken 7 to Tekken 8. Oh, a lot of people got so mad about how much they had to guess, right? Street Fighter 6, oh my god, I have to guess. You know, like there's no fundamentals, right? And it's like, no, there's fundamentals have changed. And this game has a lot more guessing, but it's not. But to a VF player, it is such shallow guessing. VF has a lot, like, the guessing situation is very big. The guessing space is huge in VF. So it's like, Tekken's guessing game, Street Fighter guessing game is very skill-based, but it's very child's play when we're talking about the depth of the guessing, right? So yeah, but they're amazing games because they're testing a lot of cool stuff. They're forcing a lot of decisions, and when players get really strong in Street Fighter or really strong in Tekken, it does elevate and it becomes a really cool game. So I love those games too, and I'm not good at those, but I'm saying it's pretty awesome. But VF has this special thing of being very like, oh, I can hack almost any mix-up like a lot, and I can even play away from it, and I can play more into it. Yeah. But the reason throw loops get frustrating is because you're just seeing the same thing over and over, and the rinse and repeat gets maddening, right? In VF, if I get bored of the guessing game, I can just change the guessing game, you know. So you know, I can be like, yeah, I'm getting bored of this. Let's do another fun guessing game. That's what I do. So. Right.
We missed you, Chan Chan.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just had too much fun chatting about a certain topic in my stream, and I didn't want to flood
No
the
worries.
flood over there. So, um, is there any news or anything that we're talking about?
Yeah, I'll just go quick over some stuff for upcoming events, and then just reflect a little bit on Friday team battle, and so tonight, Virtual Kazama is doing his bi-weekly online tournament. So if you're interested, go check that out. What else? Next week is, I think Saturday is the deadline for Evo Japan, Evo Las Vegas. 1-1.
I think a lot of people are going to be there, and I think it's going to be an awesome event. So
Yeah, right now, I think I saw right now sign up for it is 8 people, but you still have over a week. So hopefully we get more people join and closer to the deadline. But I just saw our Panda from your local scene sign up.
Yep. Yeah, our Panda's going. Our Panda's very excited for the tournament, but also excited for playing casuals in VF all weekend.
I saw that there's Vortex Gallery is organizing. That's like that massive the organization that organize a lot of different online tournaments. Ultimate Showdown would be one of them. I'm not sure when the exact date, but it seems to be somewhere between October 11th and November 10th.
We gotta make sure we're promoting those, or that we're sharing the news constantly. But yeah, because those events are a lot of fun. They're really good.
Okay. I'm not too familiar with that, so but I saw the work people posting, try to get people to participate in it. So there's that. I'll go research up on that more later.
If you want Virtua Fighter to have a stronger presence, both at events like Evo and Combo Breaker, CEO, and all the big events, then us as a community have to really show support by sharing the news, encouraging more players that can go. Is really important. When Evo's looking at putting Virtua Fighter even as a side game, they are looking at these numbers. So even if the numbers are small, if the numbers are consistent and are good, it helps. The efforts from the previous generation of VF players like Tricky and Harpooneer, making sure that VF had good presence at Combo Breaker and CEO, like Combo Breaker back in the day, like in the past decade, those efforts helped to make sure that VF had a profile that was enough to be considered at events and not just seen as just dead. So yeah. So we as a community need to really help support, and Vortex Gallery is such an event that those numbers matter. There's enough overlap with people that run events to where as long as they see numbers, then they're thinking VF is very active and very reliable. Even if the number's 30, it's totally fine. But in the past we were seeing numbers like, we're always targeting something like 40 to 80, and that's great. So yeah, so we as a community, let's just keep encouraging events and keep supporting them. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem.
No. That's...
While you were talking, I was eating potato chip, and so I was you finished a little too quick for me. So
Okay.
We're doing the same thing.
Sounds good.
Eating chips as well.
We're gonna have to have the Akai emoji and the Setsuna emoji of them eating, like Akira and Pai eating, because it'd be cool. Just like post that in there when Chanchai's talking, in the Twitch chat.
Okay, yeah, I'll go research up on that. I'm sorry.
I'll pay for that. Let's get the same guy that does Aya's avatars.
Yeah, it's neat. It has avatars. I saw that originally. I think the Brad avatar was based on Hernan singing.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Vanessa one is the strawberry. Yeah.
There's a strawberry now, and there's one based on numbers. So let's do it. I'm happy to get some money behind that.
All right, sorry. What were you saying?
Yeah, Jimmy was mentioning that some online tournaments are locked to United States and Canada. So I'll go figure out I'll go research more about this Vortex Gallery event.
So yeah, I haven't heard. I knew Vortex Gallery was the side tournament that Richard Fire was on like at Combo Breaker 2 years ago, but and they were running Virtua Fighter last year on Evo. So what's Vortex Gallery running nowadays?
I'm sorry, could you say that question one more time?
Sorry, I don't think it made sense, but like I know that Vortex Gallery is kind of like a moving show.
Okay.
So the first time I heard of them were Vortex Guy was taking care of side tournaments for Combo Breaker when I entered Combo Breaker.
Okay.
And then I saw them last year and running side tournaments for Evo.
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember the name Vortex Guy with that. But I believe these are online tournaments, the one that they're promoting right now. That's going to be happening in October or November.
Okay. Yeah, happy to join that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll go find out more information and go to the next time. Other things that's coming up, the second of 3 events that Tessico is organizing is the Chabozu Cup, named after the Lei Fei player. It'll be a same 3-on-3 team tournament in Japan online. I'm not sure if he's joking or if it's serious, since things get lost in translation. But Chabozu wrote that is speaking teams of the same character, 3-on-3. Except if you're a Taka. If you're Taka, it's only 2 people on your team. And if you're Lei Fei, you have 4 people on your team.
That part might be a joke.
I'm assuming it's a joke, but that'd be a fun online tournament to watch. And so let's see. And again, Evo Las Vegas is coming up soon, July 19th to 21st, I believe. And the Tokai Cup, the 5-on-5 tournament will be coming up by one week before. Actually, next week, I believe. All right, 2 more matches, and then we'll start the league. So anyone still want to join? Passcode is 0707 for North America region players with wire connection. Let's see, what else? I think that is it with upcoming events that I'm following. Anything else from either side, Sesuna or Chanchai, that you could think of?
Just a bi-weekly happening this week.
So bi-weekly, there's Dark Speed's tour of the U.S.
That's gonna be cool.
So Elson Wong from Australia is touring the United States, or will be, and over the next few weeks.
He'll be at your corner of the world first, right? And then,
yeah, sadly, Elson's gonna be there during Evo, like in Portland during Evo. So I don't know how many of our players are gonna actually be able to play with them. But maybe when they go through Seattle, I'll bring Portland players up to play with them. So we'll see. We're still figuring out Seattle. So
discussing with Elson in the past several months or so, I think he wants to play offline and also experience the online of North America, since we could actually see his comparison of Australia.
Yeah.
Online, which I think a lot of people are saying is bad. Compared to when he plays in North America, and see if he actually knows the difference.
I won't be able to show them because I don't think my wife's not really like wanting guests that much. So I was like, but we'll work it out, and I think we can show them from one of the venues that we're going to be at, though.
Let's see. Oh. And then for Europe, if there's actually any European watching, there is 2 side tournaments in UK. The closest one is August 17th to 18th at versus 1912, Birmingham, UK. So there is an offline event for those who's close to UK or could travel to UK. And I believe both Versus Fighting 12 and Drawing Pools, which happen in October, is being organized by Blessy. So if you're interested, go reach out to him.
When he first posted about that, I thought it was Birmingham, Alabama. So
Yeah.
I guess they came first, so not bad.
It's very easy to misunderstand. Understand. I would make the same mistakes.
Well, I knew who was posting it, so I was probably asleep at the wheel, which happens a lot.
So one more match and then we start the third league. So we won't have too much time. So I'm going to talk about a little bit more about the team stuff after this league. But I think it went pretty well. We got 15 players to participate, 5 teams total, and one roaming monster, aka Jimmy. So just I think it lasted till 11 o'clock my time, so about 2.5 hours. And I know that for that it was close to midnight or so for the East Coast people. And Akai was pretty tired by before it ended. And so one thing to consider is time commitment wise. Overall, I think most people enjoyed it.
Sorry.
No problem. But one thing I did try differently after testing this out last year was that during league play, I could actually suspend the league so that it doesn't automatically starts. And so I tried a 2-minute pause at the beginning, at the first half of that team league portion. And I think that was a little bit too long. I think everyone's agreed to that. So going to try it out just at 1 minute length-wise. The goal is that when these teams are not going to be randomly quickly made at the beginning of the league night, is that these are made teams for the entire season for 3 months, so it gives you guys time to actually interact. And so I know when I was with my team with Sustenance and Silver Bowl, we tried to at least do some quick discussion, we find out who we match up with, and then give some little pointers here and there, like what we think that players' tendencies are. So that was how we try to use that time.
Yeah, I think it worked out well. I know that you had some good tips for me, and we did actually get some victories where we thought it was going to be a hard match. So definitely a good thing. Definitely a good thing.
And of course, we'll have more feedback, and after this league, we'll go over a little bit more of what the intentions are. Okay. All right. Good luck. Have fun. And welcome to HR5.
All right, good luck, guys.
Good luck. Yep. Have fun.
Last league of the day.
Alright, well, if Hunter x Hunter didn't click with you, I get it, but, well, I don't get it, but that's cool. I freaking loved Hunter x Hunter. I thought it was mind-blowing. It could be different headspace. It's definitely for an older crowd. But it also can turn off that older crowd in that beginning first 20 episodes, because you're like, this looks so generic. This looks like everything. And it's like, what the F am I watching? It's probably better if you've already gone through a lot of shonen stuff, because it deconstructs shonen. Yeah, that's an awesome deconstruction. I do need to watch more of it, actually. And I liked it a lot. I just was watching a lot of stuff at the time. Really fun battle, DBVHR5. You have a very good Kage. There's a lot of good stuff you do. But I have a lot of fun because you're aggressive like me. So it's a lot of fun doing stuff. So I had a fun battle. Good game. In my experience, I do like ensemble stories, but the hard part about ensemble stories is when, and it happens to me too, that you can get turned off when the main character that you've been invested in is suddenly shifted off, and then you're focusing on the side character. And some stories do it right away, so that you kind of pull the band-aid off and go, oh, this is a ensemble piece. Some stories, it is a main character, so when you're pulled off the main character's arc, it's really jarring. So I totally get that. Yeah, it's a tough thing as a narrative. Like because I like a lot of stories, like I love Kari Kano, his or her circumstances, and that one is actually an ensemble piece, but there are two real lead characters. But that series is all about everyone. So, yeah. And so I think the first time when it pulled off them, I was a little jarred too. And then on second viewing, I love how fleshed out the other characters are. Some of the thing about Hunter x Hunter is that in the beginning, it's intentionally looking generic, and that works against it for a lot of people that are just getting a quick feel. All right. Alright, so here we go. That was really well played. Oh, I'm dead. That was such a good round. It was an awesome round, Solari. So much fun. You're kind of like me in a certain way too. I'll tell you after the game. That was good. Okay. All right, good game, Solari. The way that you're like me, when things are more like neutral based, you prefer to have the security of an attack before doing a throw. I have that problem too. And it's not a big problem. It's not a problem. It's just something that you have to manage. It's like sometimes the situation might actually dash throw away was actually fine because your opponent's reacting. So you'll get into that. Yeah, that 4KG is awesome. That was really awesome. I think so too. I think when Fully Cooley came out, it really stood out. And I mean, yeah, there's a lot of crazy anime for forever. But I think Fully Cooley really stood out for the timing of when it came out. And I think the overhype is just more of a reaction to like how it stood out for its time. But I also love that era of Gainax like a lot. So, and also when the remake came out, I haven't watched the remake, but when the remake came out, that is not the brightest era of Gainax, right? So, so yeah. At least that's what I think. I haven't followed Gainax for like over a decade, so I didn't watch the remake, But I love that those 90s Gynax. Oh my god. Oh, Zaytiki, that's good. Alright. I have to tell myself to play a little simpler against Zaytiki. That technically wasn't simple, but there's a meaning to it. It means certain. Okay, really good game. The only critique here was this throw. If I'm not mistaken, that was a forward throw. So if you're going to do a forward throw, it's got to be ringing out, in my view. And that was a super ring out position. That's all. Everything else, that was really fun battle, man. Always good games, Seiteki. But it could have intended to be a ring out throw, and it just came out that way. So. You're doing, Solari, you're playing awesome. You're playing really, really good. I like a lot of stuff you're doing. I like the adjustments that you are making. And I like that you're getting stronger at the games that we're pushing on you. So, keep it up.
Let's see how many seconds you'll last.
Ah, you're into that era. Okay. I like that era too, but I am on that era. It's I got probably too strong of some biases. I haven't watched enough Gundam. I need to watch Gundam. I need to watch all of it. But I'm influenced by the stuff that became big picture stuff, right? So Macross Do You Remember Love was really influential for me. So. But then there's also the other stuff, like there's the there's like the genre stuff, right? In the 80s, like there's a lot of like genre like violent anime and other type anime. I like some of it, that stuff, not all, but I do like that the game Wanted Dead kind of pays tributes to that type of stuff, to those genres. Yeah, I like those mainstream. I like Macross and I like Gundam like a lot, But I haven't watched enough Gundam personally. Yeah. But I do. It is on my list to do, and I probably will do it soon before I hit the next chapter. So I think maybe in this month I'll try to start watching Gundam. Problem with me playing without sound when I've got the microphone on is that I don't realize that they're in battle. So, and then I'm wondering how Solari was chatting. They were chatting between rounds, What I like that I'm seeing in Solari's play now too is realizing to observing how frame tight the opponent is, and if they're not frame tight, I think I see more assertiveness from Solari of using it, and I think they're capable of adjusting back whenever someone like starts doing frame tight, then they're like, oh, okay, I can just. A lot of times when you take advantage of your opponent not playing frame tight, when they correct it, it's usually not blowing you up. It's usually just poking you back. And because of that, there is less risk in playing this way, unless you're being egregious. If you're being really egregious, that's different. If you're being egregious, like you're at like +5, but you're treating it like as if it was like a +10, that's egregious. But if you're being more assertive and just taking advantage that your opponent is not sharply responding right away, the risk is actually pretty. It's not too bad, but you do want to be capable of dealing with getting poked from during it, because the risk is that you're gonna get jabbed and then they're gonna mix you up. The jab isn't the scary part. The mix-up is the scary part. So as long as you can be like, oh, I got jabbed because he finally poked back. And then you're like, that's okay. I just need to not lose to this mix-up. And that's a tall order. But when you get good at that skill, that is a skill I have, right? The skill I have is like, oh, he just poked me, guessing game right now. You know? So I got to play the guessing game right now, right? When you get good at that, it's pretty strong, yeah. And then it becomes a tempo mix-up from there, because that the game expands when we're playing that way. All right, here we go, Xeno Haste. Good. I am going to be testing how well you guard, to be honest. Well, I mean, I'm going to fight. We're fighting to win. But this is something that I think I noticed. Good. 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 And then later I'll teach you that that's an opportunity. Very good. Good. That was okay. That last round was really good. Actually, it's really, really good. Keep it up. So earlier there were times, not always, there were times a little bit when I felt like the game would be neutral, but your opponent would normal hit you, which told me that you were probably in the middle of either buffering a move or you weren't guarding, which is both, right? As Quincy Pone said earlier, when you're holding guard, you could be inputting your next move. Like, let's say you're doing 4-6 P, you could hold guard 4-6 and let go guard and hit P, right? Or 4 and then let go guard, hit 6 P. Stuff like that. So understand that in this game, you can be buffering your next move while you're guarding. I say that because I felt like there were times when I watched today that I noticed. I was like, why were they not blocking in that moment? Maybe they were trying to do a move. But then now I'm thinking maybe they don't know that while you're guarding, you can be inputting your next move. And it takes a little while to get used to this. But when you get used to that, it's a big game changer. It's a big deal, you know. And so yeah. So keep working on that. But that last round, you were blocking on point. Yeah, that was great. No complaints about your blocking. Yes, you can buffer during guard. Yeah, so that's why I was just like, why is he getting hit in these neutral situations? And you're getting hit in the neutral situation because I think you're letting go of guard and trying to input your move. And it's like, you could actually be holding guard, input your move, but finish it after letting go of guard. Try that. Yeah, but like while holding guard, you can do it. Yeah. So practice this. Practice. That's what we're doing. This is why we're like actively guarding so much. We can still buffer from that. Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah, like I just did it right here. Yeah, you can even finish, actually. If you finish, there's actually a window where you can kind of finish before even letting go guard, which I was just surprised. I just tested it against Setsuna. Not the person to test it to, but you know. God, I hate that that's going to beat evade. Yeah, I'm going to lose today because I can't think straight. But this is so much fun. Let's do this. God, I hate that shoulder. Beat my jab again. Elbow's your friend. I hate that that will win against PKP too. Yeah, I'm losing the shoulders today. Good game, Setsuna. I just can't. I'm falling, like I'm evading too much against him, and it's not that I'm losing the throw, which is normally what you lose to when you evade. I'm losing to ECD shoulder, right? I'm losing into crouch dash shoulder, and so like let's say I get successful evade and I jab and it's not guaranteed, then his shoulder is gonna beat that too, and I'm walking into that a lot. So yeah. Yeah, you can do stuff like 4-6K. You can hold guard. You can even do 4-6K and then let go of guard and it comes out when you let go of guard. I think. There's not much room to do it, but you can do it like that, yeah. So, understand, you can input your next move while you're holding guard. And you should, in VF, yeah. So like, it's important to know when you first hit guard, when you first tap it, that is a guard cancel, so that does erase the buffer, and that's kind of why some people have the assumption that you cannot input while doing it. But when I talk about buffering, I'm holding guard, right? It's like I block something and I input the next move. A lot of times I'm still holding guard while I'm inputting next move, and I just get used to letting go of guard when finishing the input, you know. So practice that. That one's a hard one. I know that one too well. That's the whole you can't plink guard, you gotta like for me, I had to train myself to just hit guard when I'm close to recovering as opposed to when I tech rolled. And that's the big one. That helps fix it, but it sometimes still comes up because I'm trying too hard to guard early. So yeah. Yeah, it's just the act of tapping the guard at first that causes the buffer clear, but not holding it. Very good. All right. And so the paradigm that helps, the reason that it didn't confuse me was because we're normally holding guard when we buffer on block, and so that's why to me it always seemed like, oh, I can buffer when I'm guarding. That's how it looked to me, but I totally see why people assume that you couldn't do that, because then I was like, oh, because when people know that guard is a buffer reset, they're just assuming you can't hold guard while doing buffer. Right, like this is that I just did the buffer there. I just did the 6-6P and then let go guard, and it came out when I let go guard. Very good. Alright. That was tight. I thought you were going to win that round, but it's a really good battle.
I want a serious fight.
That said, Quincy, I could totally understand taking extra time to feel out the way the buffer works in this game because, frankly, the buffer changes a bit between each VF game. Not all, but like the modern ones are all similar, but they have their unique traits. But like if you play like VF3, it totally feels different. Okay, good game, Silverbolt. Yeah, it might have been. I can see how that happens too, but yeah, good games though. Yeah, when you get used to buffering in the modern VF games, VF3 is really hard to buff because it's such a strict buffer in that game. I totally understand Silverbolt, and I definitely feel that it is something that this game will manage you through. I think if you so keep it up. Something I've fought that battle. I'm glad that I can be very relaxed now on all of it, but even when it's not working for me. But it takes a while. It took a while to do that. Yeah, just 4K is the option, but it's just it takes frames. That was good. I like that. I like that too. His off-tempo, something that Akai got a lot better at is this off-tempo play too. Mindset is totally, especially this game. Oh my gosh. Well, all games, but in this game, the mindset being very relaxed is what I recommend. You'll see it with all the strong players. Alright, now we know what we're doing. Very good. KK punish. Very good. Very good. I made it twice. Doing it today is kind of hard, but yeah. I should not have won this. I should not have won this. I should have totally been punished for that. Good game, Akai. Good game, Akai. He had that game. Oh, this does not bode well for me, but let me see. I think I know what I can do to work on this, but I need a certain level of sharpness and self-control to fight Reaper. Let's see if I can do the self-control. Yeah, Setsuna's really good. Alright, let's keep this self-control. It's really important against Reaper. He's playing like super moral, but he scores pretty good. If I That's right. I thought I evaded that. Alright. How is what is the frames there? Okay, this sequence is the trap. And this is a back throw. Okay. So that's a back throw. Good game, Reaper. Glad I got through that. Oh, that was rough. Good game, good game. The Rock Reaper is really, really strong. L-Blaze is always frustrating, but the Rock Reaper's L-Blaze is very frustrating. It's really good. It's like... That was an awesome rebound. They are quite strong, yeah. I'm wondering if they're a veteran player that is playing, because yeah, when I fought them, like, this guy knows how to play Kage, and they're very strong, and they do a lot of very good things. But I was able to win a lot of guessing games against them. L-Blaze is tough. Oh yeah, he has unique spacing and stuff like that too. L-Blaze. It's hard for him too, though. But the Rock Reaper has it down.
Just watch this play.
Congratulations, Setsuna. Those are awesome double league battle wins.
Did you Sanchai? It's been it's been very interesting. Yeah.
Well, it's doing really good. You're doing fantastic. I like it. I am not fighting your shoulder, which is something I need to do. But also Silverbolt says good games. So Silverbolt also says good games.
Yeah, Silverbolt almost was a spoiler today. Yeah. I'll give him that.
Well, I think he had enough point difference. I didn't see my point count, but I think he had enough point difference. So.
No, but he really did bring me to the edge of that last game. That second to last game. The last game was Akai, but the second last game was him, and I almost thought I lost.
I see. Yeah, I was gonna say Akai. That was a really good battle. I was surprised that I won that battle. I told the chat that like you should have won that battle, but you went for like a standing attack after blocking the 8K. So when I did the follow up, I was like, oh, if they had done like a low attack back, they would have won. So like just low punch back would have been sufficient.
I felt like I was doing a lot of low attacks successfully, so I thought maybe it won't work this time. So it was
No, be stubborn. It's good. But it's true that I was crushing them in the final round. It's true that I was crushing them in the final round. But in the 8K situation, what it is that you can. Yeah, that makes sense too. You're worried that I'm gonna 8K again. So, okay, but yeah, that was really good though. But you had the block, so you have the advantage.
I think to look at the optimistic point of view is that it came down again to the last choice or something, right? So
Yeah.
I have to take that as a fight spot. Like, okay, it could have gone anyway, and so that's a good.
It was.
That's the optimistic way of trying to.
Well, I'm saying that I felt that you outplayed me in that game, so I'm just happy that I got away with the win. You know? So you played awesome. That was a really good battle.
Thank you. All right, we just let this room play out.
Yeah, did you want to talk about the team battle while
there.
people are still here? How did it go on Friday?
Yeah. So we had 15 players total show up. Two teams was pretty much pre-made before, and so that was good. So the Sunday Brunch team, which if for those who's not familiar, the idea we're going in is like you can have your team built on an unlimited number of players in your team faction. So, like for example, Chanchai, he won't be able to participate a lot of the Friday sessions because he has a local offline and family and spend time with his family. But he is part of the Sunday Brunch team faction. So it doesn't mean that he will has to be obligated to participate on Fridays, but he's someone that is I keep playing with Chanchai, Sasuna, and Silverbolt, and so I think that makes a good team composition. So that when he does able to play, he could join in. And not everyone could show up, and so that's why you have more players in your team faction, so that you will be able to field a 3-player team. We had I reached out to Bushido, and he was able to get some players. He was able to get the 3rd player in time. So one thing that if in hindsight, Jimmy showed up at the end, I would have also just put him on the Colorado team, but Bushido mentioned that the Marv was coming in for the second half, so I thought, okay. So we made Jimmy as the free agent, wandering ward, or the roaming monster, whoever you want to refer to that, so that we don't want to prevent people from not participating. And so if there's room in the league room, then we'll give you in there. But the idea was that we do to go ahead.
I think there were a lot of people that did actually do that, show up last minute, and we didn't know, and so people got pushed into different teams and factions, which is okay. It's part of the nature of this. And then if somebody doesn't have a sure way to come on Fridays, then yeah, they'll be able to always find something to do on Friday here with the teams. I'm sure there's always going to be a team that's either made up of barbarian players, like they don't have a team, or just insert themselves in a team that is missing 1 or 2 players.
But if anything, if those who are actually want to form a team, I would suggest try at least find 6 people. Because if all 6 people show up, then we could just make 2 teams out of those from your faction, all right? But if not everyone shows up, then you can still field a team. And the other thing I was thinking is that for those who are on your team that can't participate actually in the actual team league portion, we could have a second room open for those who show up but doesn't have the space for them, so that they can play in their own room. Yeah, GG Solari. So we just went one big room, a league room, for the first portion. And the one thing we'll shorten is how much time we have in between each round, so you can talk with teammates. The other thing is that I guess time-wise, commitment-wise, it's more than 2 hours too much for people, because I think the second portion where we just do a traditional team battle, I think it's a fun thing. So the idea was the team league will give you replacement of your team. So for example, the Sunday bunch, my team, we got the most wins in that league portion. So we just sit and wait for the other player teams to play in the traditional team battle, and whoever wins that challenge the first player team. So that's the benefit that is the I guess the bonus or advantage of doing well at a team league portion. And so whoever finished first, then will be just playing for first place or second place. But because we're playing with 4 different time zones, I'm not sure how much people want to be able to play close to midnight or past midnight. So that's one thing I'll be getting feedback from people. And of course, this is going to be a 3-month experiment. So anyone who's interested in playing, you could form teams after, not those who just show up on this past Friday. Will be playing only. Anyone who shows up afterwards wants to be a team, wants to participate in the team battle, it's more than welcome to. In many ways, I was thinking that most of the people who's participating first right now is those who participate in the Sunday League sessions anyway already. So I had this idea which the Sunday brunch that I team is like a foster team. Anyone who don't really have a team yet could just join that, and when you do find a group of people that you consistently play with, or want to actually form an actual team unit, then you could just break off from Sunday brunch and become your own thing. For example, right now, we got 9 players in my Sunday brunch team faction, and there's a lot of East Coast players like Cessna could break off from Sunday brunch and form his own thing. But right now we're just trying to get people to get together and play and participate. So what do you think, Cessna? Is it getting to the point that it was really late for you?
Not too much, but it did seem like it was only going to be like a one match thing, which was okay. Like it had its beginning and its end. It's different than this, so there is a lot more commitment to like once you're in, you're in. But I think that was good. I also did just like the fight that just happened between DBBHR5 and Solari. I think they really need to exchange PSN addresses and
I think they'd be amazing sparring partners.
keep fighting. Yeah. I was excited. I was like, who is going to be able to take this? Yeah, pretty good.
Kage is a crush master.
Is...
Sorry. Go ahead. Keep chatting. I'm going to text it to Solari.
Yeah, I was merely trying to say that, like, when you find something like that, that's something else that's also pretty good about running leagues on Sundays and being, yourself a part of the community. Is you get to meet people like that are at your level that you can, have some really intense fights and develop from. Those are the fights that are going to get you the most mileage, because you guys are going to be able to be biting off each other during the fight, see what works, see what doesn't. They're catching most of your stuff, so they're really pushing you, and not pushing you in ways that like a super hardcore player is going to push you at. Like there was always when I went to Japan last year. Was it last year? Or was the year? It was last year.
Year ago, yeah.
It was more about getting myself out there, but I knew that stuff that I was going to be able to learn was going to be limited because just how good they are. But yeah, I did learn some things. But most of the things that I've learned, over the past year, it's been either playing Jimmy, playing Chanchai, playing you, Akai. It's people that are you guys are we're in very close levels. So like it's not what I learned like new techniques. It's about learning how to manage myself around using those new techniques. And the people that are super high level, they're gonna see you do that, and they're just gonna push for the next level, and maybe you're not ready. So I think it's always good. Find somebody that's a good match or a good sparring partner, and keep playing them.
Yeah, definitely. Message the people with your friend list. That was always the goal of these.
For sure.
That was always the goal of these set times. Is that you get to play with people at these times, but also for you to network and play with them outside of these sessions. Yeah, so I think for next Friday's team, we'll be pretty much doing the same format. And I think there's going to be more people joining in the different factions, and then and so that should. And now everyone has got one attempt to Friday night. It should be a lot more smoother, I think, also. Oh, and one thing that I do think I need to work better on is that I think there was like 6 or 7 different group chats or streams or something that I was looking through. And that, so I apologize for anyone that asked questions I didn't get to answer because I was going through a lot of different browsers and what else. So that's something I need to work on better, improving.
I think overall it was a pretty good experience for everybody involved. Everybody got to play, and then we got to have team matches at the end, which were always exciting.
And of course, we could always change the actual type of team battle format. We don't have to use the modes that is in the game. But those are the most easiest to just get up and running. The other thing is that if we do get more than 6 teams, so actually 6 squads of players, so that'd be 18 players or more. It's a good problem to have. That means that we get a lot of people who want to participate. The idea then we'll make it into 2 league rooms. So we split it up to like 3 teams in one league room and then 3 in the other. It's either like coordinated with other people who like maybe Bushido or Haya if they participate, and they use your stream too, to make to run 2 simultaneous leagues, or we just break up both. If we make the teams early enough for that I could actually get organized before the actual start time, then we could set times. So the first league participate in the first hour, the second in the second hour, but that thing will make things a little bit longer too. But it's a good problem to have if we have more people participate. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Was just giving some Kage advice to Solari. He said that Kage is a crush master, but the real thing is that Kage generally is relying on pressure, which I forgot to mention to them. They rely a lot on they do their damage with counter hits, with crushing, and with their throw game. They can ring you out. Those are big parts. They also, if the Kage player is really skilled, and this is hard to do, they have a good conversion game where with stray hits they can complete the damage, but it takes quite a bit of skill to do. And if you happen to end up at a wall, they can definitely extend the damage at the wall. So their damage extensions are actually pretty good, but it requires a lot of skill, so you don't see it from many Kage players because it takes a lot of skill to do. Their side turn pressure is also good, but it's really an extension of their pressure up close. You do want to play very careful. Like, you want to play a little more moral when you fight Kage. You might want to use the spacing a bit though, but you want to be sharp on the moral play when you're fighting against Kage, because those counter hits are where Kage gets a lot of damage. Kage is bad at guard punishing low attacks, and it's really hard for them to do it decently, but they can crush low attacks, and when they crush low attacks with that like overhead spin kick, then they can do a lot of damage. So they're good at crushing, at reading a low attack, but to block punish it's actually quite hard for them. So there's a lot of things. With Kage, you definitely want to escape forward throw just to get it off the table. If ring out's a possibility, you just don't want to be wrung out. He is the master of ringing out. Yeah, there's a lot to learn about Kage. The half circular game is actually pretty good for Kage. Good game, Akai.
Yeah, jeez.
I realized I can give you a hard time with jab throw. Challenging you to work on your 2G, 5G fuzzy guard. So, if you can anticipate the jabs. It's like way too hard to do on reaction, but if you anticipate jabs, pretty strong. But yeah. I have to work on him too. Okay. Very good. Very good, confirm.
Very good. That was good. That was Leon. Excellent. Did I evade to the front in accident? I did. Alright, good game. So this was side turn. Once the sidekick happened, PKP was guaranteed.
Yeah, you've definitely got a very good grasp on the side game nowadays.
Oh, thanks. Working on it. I think there's still a ways to go, but I think I'm able to use it in a targeted way now, though. So,
You were targeting it very well. I think there's only like a few options that I know. I know I've told you before that I think Jason uses that you should incorporate.
yeah, the catch throw is
It's
definitely
just
one too.
the in and out, but other than that, at this point, I think you're using it.
Thanks a lot.
The actual side turn damage, you're getting more damage than he is.
Thank you very much. Working on it, and yeah, but I really like the way that he uses his side turn game. So
He does. I think it's just so natural how he gets you side turned.
very good. Look at that.
That was a nice setup.
Oh, that was brilliant. Really good. That was a really fun battle, Zaytigi. Excellent battle. I totally forgot what my taunts sound like, so I hear it from your voice chat.
Wait, did you mute it on your end usually?
Because I use a external microphone, I have the audio off on my game because I can't. People on my stream can hear it, but I can't hear the game audio because it'll just reverberate inside the mic. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I agree to Wall Creeper. Zaytiki has a very good grasp of this game.
They do.
I feel that so far of all his characters, I think his Blaze and Brad is his best character so far.
I like all of his characters. I think
like
he's very
a
skillful.
lot of different characters.
But I do agree that but his Brad plays like the Brad game so well that it's like really it's really strong. Oh, very good.
I like his Akira sometimes.
I like his Akira a lot. I did tell him though that like in some cases just identify if the opponent's doing more backdash, and if they are, then like super dashing elbow is a little better than dashing elbow. Dashing elbow is weak to backdash, so at least with spacing, right? So,
Yeah.
but
So is super dashing elbow in some situations, like either backdash evade or evade backdash.
it's really good battle.
Make sure you
Duber.
always know what you're trying to do.
DBHR. I want to call it Duber, but I don't think it's meant to be Duber.
Dude, I don't. Yeah, I always have so much trouble.
DB.
We'll call him DB. Yeah, DB because DB sounds better than Duber. Duber. But Duber was a really good battle. DB. Very good. Yeah, I have a feeling it'd be that if you got the spacing, it'd be the slow kick. So I was like, I can't backdash still. Gotta
Yeah,
crush it.
I use that too much at that.
No, you're using it about right. Only too much if I beat it. Oh, nice. That was good. That was really good.
Slow attack.
We both did slow attacks here.
Yeah.
Very good. No, this was
It was the Fist of the North Star ending.
Crushed my attack. Oh, messed up.
Good game.
Oh, my Peachan sense of direction, sense of spacing is not that bad.
You'll get used to it. Just
No sense of direction.
I was like, play Taco Stage a lot with the calm
Do
mind.
you even have a handicap in the combos playing a heavyweight character?
You talking to me?
Chai with Liam? Yeah.
Uh,
your juggles, your combos. I don't think that you have too much of a handicap.
Yeah, like I think Leon's average damage is still solid, right, in general. So
Yeah.
the disparity is not much. So it's not like he doesn't have like the
Okay,
highest damage
a
combos, but
lot
he
of
has
the
good
combos.
combos. Yeah. So it's like he's doing like the same damage against the heavies that he
Yeah,
does
he's-
against others. So
Yeah. I think that's good. I have to modify a lot of things if I'm playing Jeffrey or Wolf.
like he has to modify
And to
stuff,
Akira,
but it's
they're
not
not
hard.
even
yeah.
the same weight.
Very good choices. Solari's making fantastic choices here. That was a fantastic choice here. There was like 3 in a row that they made really great choices.
The upper sweep launch is punishable. The thing is that I am very bad at punishing after successfully blocking low attacks. That's another one of those parts that I had to work on.
Oh, that's a good opener.
So yeah, it has nothing to do with online. It's more of a just that I just haven't got muscle memory to uh,
That was a great throw escape.
Thank you. Just swarmed them. Good game. Very good game, Solari.
it's the what Akai calls the insect style of play.
Oh, is that the insect style play? Yeah. It's really. I am a mantis after all.
He's a yes, it goes well. As a certain group of pie players, I would probably refer to himself as an insect style of play, where just lots of poke.
Yeah.
Until the opponent knows how to deal with it. Just keep being an insect and pass away. Annoy the opponent.
No, it's really true, and I did talk a little bit about it on my stream earlier today about how if you realize your opponent is not responding like really fast, like not like right away, then go ahead and push it, or you can push it. It's an option, but it also helps to understand the risk is not that high. Actually, the risk is high when you egregiously do Abari, but when you do a little Abari, it's actually not too bad because usually the punishment for that is them poking you, or sometimes evade punish actually, but usually the punish is just a small poke into a mix-up. And so what you have to do is just be aware that when they do poke you, be ready for the mix-up, because the poke itself isn't going to do much damage, but the mix-up will. So you're more worried about them jabbing back at you because you're not playing frame, because you're playing a little frame untight, or them low punching. And of course the biggest worry is actually evade PK. Evade PK is good against someone doing like egregious being a little frame loose. So yeah, Solari, if your autopilot is I'm guilty of this too, but if your autopilot is doing too much forward throw, it's good to give yourself like a day or two where you just focus on doing back throw deliberately to help you not erase your habit, but to turn your habit into a mix-up of two habits. Right? Train yourself to have a mix-up of two habits. You know? And then it's a little easier. When we try really hard to erase our habits, it's so hard. But when we just go, oh, you know what? I'll just make a habit of the mix-up. Then it's a little better. I found that approach is a little easier as humans.
It's called weaponizing your mind.
Yeah.
And finding a complement to your style. Like if you know, like Fordo is not working no more, have the alternative. That's how I like to think of it. A complement.
Yeah.
And that's what usually makes the mix stronger, right? You're right. If you're pushing for different things, then people don't know what to expect. And, it makes you so much harder to pinpoint.
Yeah. It's there's a good way to make use of brain dead play. So
Yes.
Like, and brain dead play uses a lot less mental stack. So
So they take the first times they ever participate in the league sessions, it was using Leon. I still remember that for some reason, but
well, I think their natural way of playing very suits Leon a lot, actually. But I think it's super impressive how comprehensive I think their grasp of the game actually is. Watching them play all the different characters, there's a lot of things that they do. I mean, while there's tendencies, and I'm attacking the tendencies, fundamentally they show the capacity to play all parts of the game. You know, I've seen them play defensive. I've seen them play aggressive. I've seen them zone in and out. You know,
cancel their evasion. Really good movement options.
Yeah. I mean, I think. Okay, so here's the thing though about it. So this is what I gotta say too. Okay, and this is not a knock on Zaytigi. This is about how I feel about VF, but also why it's important to understand. So the downside to playing a lot of characters, there is a downside in development, not overall. Overall strength, great to play all characters. The downside in development, the slow part that gets growth, is that I always remind people, in VF, every character is a complete toolbox. Every character has all the tools they need to solve all the problems they run into. They do. When you play all the characters, you're typically playing by the strengths, and you kind of overdo it in this game. You kind of play too much of the character strategy. Now, it's important to master the character strategy. It's important to have core competencies and to play to your character's strengths. But the higher level up you go, you also really need to understand how to solve the problems that are attacking your character's weakness by like a lot. And you need to have a little more tools in the toolbox. You need to understand more of the tools in the toolbox so that you can do all those other things, and that because in this game every character can solve all their problems. It's not exactly like a matchup game, a Street Fighter exactly. There's good matchup dynamics that are really powerful in VF, yes, but you want to be able to solve the problem. You want to be able to fight your character when they're being oppressed, right? You want to be able to use your character when they're being so heavily oppressed, and this game gives you a lot to do that. So the trickier thing then is to learning how to master those aspects of the game, how to play your character when they're forced to be less optimal, and squeeze a lot out of that too. You know, it's true in all fighting games, but I think in VF I just can't stress it enough how much tools are at your disposal, and this is why it's fun learning all the different moves, learning the bad moves too, because a lot of times the so-called bad moves have a good use in this game. So, and also
honestly, Chanchan, now that you're talking about it like this, I think it's the fact that you've played a lot of other games, and there's a lot of games out there that one character is going to have a very bad matchup.
Yes.
And
because they're designed that way.
It's very hard for you to get over the wall Yeah, it's a design thing, and I think a lot of people just don't know that about VF. Where you can solve, you're absolutely right, and you've hit the nail on the head. Is you really can solve all the problems, but if you're getting away from those by saying, okay, let me get a better matchup for this situation, then in the long run you're going to end up going around again and solving all those problems. But while you're still developing, it's going to be a pain in the butt, right? It's not going to be easy on yourself because there are going to be gaps in your game. I think that's what you're overall getting at.
Yeah, it is. And well, I can tell you that some of the joys when you're playing against, like when you're fighting against some of the strongest players of a region or country, is like it's hard to get bored of this game because we do see a lot of new stuff. We're like, oh, that's interesting, you know. Now, yes, some people play just very strictly, very restricted stuff, but it's still fun doing the different stuff against them. And the game just has a lot, so it's like, so it helps. And I found that, so again, it's good to play all the characters. That's like indisputable. But in developing, sometimes one of the challenges ends up being overplaying a character to their strengths without understanding like how deeper their tool set is, how versatile, how robust their tools are, you know. And you get that, but you do get that experience one way or another. Whether you're playing one character or a lot of characters, you will eventually build that. So just play lots of VF. But also, this is why strong players always say, when we talk about someone becoming strong or we see potential, it's like, oh, they're going to have to lose a lot of games. And we're not saying that like it's such a horrible way. It's because in this game you play a lot and you lose a lot to learn a lot. You know, like a ton. So Jimmy, I think Jimmy would agree with that, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
Play my last match in the AFK a bit, and if you'll still play, I'll come back into play.
All right, everybody, lose your next 2 battles against Akai so he can stay on. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna get you stuck on here now. I will probably head out soon, but
win or lose,
I do want to give a good reminder. There is the bi-weekly. The bi-weekly is today. Please support it. It's a good event. It's wonderful. Virtual Kazama is a wonderful community member. And there's just a certain flavor of fun. Just like there's a certain flavor of fun with him, another flavor of fun with iFix Machine. So
don't wing me out.
It is Leon. I'm training you to always think about it. Yes.
Jump in the air, bounce combo from that attack.
We're gonna test how Kai deals with backdash evade. This is like the most annoying technique in the game. It's like really annoying.
Every character has a tool for it, though.
The good thing, yes, everybody does have a tool for it.
Yes, some are easier than others, but
very nice. Well, everybody has multiple ways to deal with it, right? And if you think this is annoying, right? I still think this is one of the best movement options in the game, right? So, like crouch dash into guard is just so good. You know? And then when that fails, dash into guard is good, right? Very nice. Alright, good round. Alright, here we go, Akai. That was a good opening. Excellent. Control space.
Perfect.
Excellent. Good game. That was really fun.
GG's.
Very, very fun. I
Alright.
like the solutions you came
I
up
will
with.
be back. I'm sorry.
Alright.
Yay, I won one bio against Chan Chan. Alright. I'm going to take a break. Continue playing the room if you guys want to. And there is a bi-weekly tonight. Definitely we have time to show support. Yeah, so I'll be back in 15 minutes or so.
Awesome. Thank you guys. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I will catch you guys over the week.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, and have a good evening. And Rock Reaper, I hope you're really enjoying
you
that
guys
grilled
too.
cheese. Grilled cheese sounds so good right now.
Alright, talk to you later,
Nice.
Jason.
See you guys.
Yeah. This week I got to feel pretty good about a couple things. At locals, I joked about how my front profile got flatter. I'm a little thinner, right? And my face lost some fat, so I'm happy about that. But we'll see how things go. I gotta do a lot to take care of my health, though. Very good games, Satsuna. Yeah, and very good games to Akai. Akai will be back though. Yeah, so DBBHR5 has got a really good card game. I am challenging it on spacing and kind of knowing a sense of the frames. I don't have a full comprehensive sense. I just have a decent sense of it, so I use it. But the thing about frames, right? Detailed frames is the best to know. It's best to know detailed frames. I don't always know detailed frames though, so I do a lot of being very egregious between a bar and moral. And that's my way of playing with it. But it's better to have a detailed knowledge of frames because you have a much more sure-footed understanding of how to win a situation, and you can solve it if you do it enough and you're well practiced in how to solve problems with frames, then that becomes very powerful in this game. And sometimes your opponent just doesn't know. They just don't know that they're playing it wrong, including me. So if you end up being able to apply frames well, a lot of times you can punish me on knowledge checking. It's like Chanchai doesn't know, you know. But a lot of times the way I play around it is it's playing that pokey game and being very egregious between a bar and moral. So I'm playing with the concept more than the data. But sometimes I know the data enough because if I see a situation enough, I'm like, I want to know. Yeah, I think Satsuna played awesome today. He destroyed me today, so it's really good stuff. All right, man, this is exciting watching the All Boys Wars here. Gonna remind everybody in less than an hour they'll be queuing up for the bi-weekly. Please do consider playing it. It's a lot of fun. It's a good atmosphere. Play it for the match experience. Play it for the stress of fighting in a tournament. Just so that that's a good experience. It's not the same, right? And then play it for the good vibes because you're in a room with a bunch of cool people. And they're just having fun, and everybody loves Virtua Fighter. And elbow delay kick, always so good. Risky, but very good. But it's rewarded with good okizeme for most characters. So like if you score elbow kick against opponents, you really do want to do good okizeme. You want to use that opportunity because elbow kick is risky, right? Now it's working against a lot of people, especially in America. We like to hit buttons, especially me. I like to hit buttons. It's very strong against me, but that doesn't take away the fact that it's a lot of risk to do. So if you hit with that knee, if you hit with whether you're Sarah or you're El Blaze or you're any character, Jackie, if you hit with elbow kick, you really, really, really want to capitalize on the okizeme. You really do, because it's a good okizeme setup, and because if you're doing something that risky, you want the potential reward to be very high. So you don't do elbow delay kick because it wins. You do it because it's setting up a lot of potential damage when you factor in the okizeme. So in my opinion, if you elbow kick, you almost for sure need to be doing the okizeme or consider it, unless the risk is ring out. If you're risking ringing yourself out, then yeah, well, there's another okizeme option that will probably push them off the ring out. But yeah, the elbow kick's so good. It's so good if it's paired with good okizeme. Yeah. Oh, the L-Blaze intros and win animations are awesome. Oh, you just gotta love L-Blaze. You also gotta love Sega arcade era voice acting too. It's got its own flavor. So that thing is so good. So hard to stagger break that. Humanly possible, but mostly offline. Online is really, really hard. Today I'll probably be playing quite a bit of Monster Hunter with my son. Let's see. Like it's an acquired taste, right? Because it's corny, so some people don't like corny, and then you're like, it's like, well, Tekken's another kind of corny, so it's just a little bit more corny. But VS voice acting is a lot of fun. It's just like it grows on you. But I really love the L Blaze. Alright, watch myself die doing this. Maybe. Reaper doesn't know what to expect with my Laos knives, but I think they know now. And I don't know if I can apply it here. I need, time. But we'll try. I think when you look at a certain way, Tekken can be considered more cringe corny, but some people don't see it that way. I'm like, yeah, because sometimes it's a meathead corny too. Oh, Blaze. I'll let Reaper answer that question. Me too. It's like we're not even sure which way to play. I totally forgot how to play as Lao. I will remember now. All right, here we go, Reaper. Welcome to Lao Hell. Just kidding. There you go. That was good. So this is a situation where I want to learn how to do his extensions, because he can do some weird shit here. So let's see if we can do it. Oh, so good. This is awesome. That was so much fun. That was so much fun, Reaper. It's like I'm like, oh, this is hard, but I will get used to this. This is so much fun though. I am going to take a break though. I'm going to go have lunch. And Justin Names here are awesome. I like Justin Name. They're a fun player, really fun player, honestly. And also, while their conversations can go deep, I do enjoy it. I do enjoy the heart of the messages in them. So I like Justin Name. So welcome to the room, man. So the strengths that I see in DBB HR5's Kage is their attacking and spacing is what's really strong. Their blocking is solid, but I'm not sure if they have option select defense or not though. I haven't felt the presence of an option select defense, but it's hard to know until you fight enough times. Good luck in that heat. It's so hot in the wet. It's so hot in the area, and Phoenix is like the worst in terms of the heat, and it's dry heat, so it burns. So good luck, my friend, and take good care. And Solari, thank you very much. I hope you can play in the bi-weekly. I'm not going to be there, but I hope you can play in it. And let's do some sparring soon. You're doing fantastic. With DBB HR5, I have the feeling, like with others, that they might be coming to VF from other fighting games, and they're very strong. They're very good with it. The skill sets that they do have are like very good general fighting game skills, and they use Kage really well. It would be awesome if it's like Emery Reigns or someone like that. I kind of wonder if it's Mr. Emery, but like they have really good skills. So then they're at a very similar place as like Solari. which is a very strong level of play, and only going up, right? Going up. Zaytigi as well, very good game. Thank you for the battles. Very good Kage. Very, very good Kage. Alright, Justin Ames is going to bring another spin on their Kage. I like Justin Ames' Kage, if I remember correctly. Very creative plays. Like, I think, if I remember, Justin Ames is very good on a feeling style of play. In their view, they might view it as technical in a way, because it is, but it's like, but they're very in touch with how different things feel, and that gives them a very strong intuition about creative ways to use to attack. That said, Reaper has a very strong wall game, so it's really hard to BS against the Reaper. It's very hard to be tricky against the Rock Reaper. So Moral is very good at stopping tricky-ish plays. If you don't know what I mean when I say moral, we're talking about playing frame appropriate. It means, like going, oh, I've got +2, these are good options. +4, these are good options, and trying not to deviate too much from that, except for some exceptions and some guesses. Abare is going outside the frames. It's like a lot of people will think of Abare as attacking when you're minus. That's a big part of it, but it also means going for a really big attack when you only got a small advantage. That is Abare. Yeah, I am going to take the break. This is really fun. I'm going to mute the microphone now, so everybody enjoy. I will be back later, but enjoy these matches.
Just focus on your enemy.
This is for real. Say your prayer.
Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
All right. Yeah.
Knockout! Round 4. Ready, go!
Yeah.
Knockout.
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
Round one. Ready, go!
All right.
Ring out! Round two. Ready, go!
Take that. Yes.
Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout! Round five. Ready, go! Knockout!
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
Round one. Ready, go!
All right. Yes.
Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
Yes. All right. Yes. All right. Yes.
Ring out!
Yeah. All right. Yes.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Yes. Yeah. Take that. Yes.
Knockout!
Yes.
Round 5. Ready, go! Knockout!
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing. I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
You know what you're getting yourself.
Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go!
Yes. Yes.
Excellent! Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout!
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing. I've got the advantage. You've got.
Round 1. Ready, go!
All right. Yes.
Excellent! Round 2. Ready, go!
All right.
Knockout.
I am the ultimate. I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
Take that.
Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go!
All right. All right. Yes.
Knockout!
I am the ultimate. I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
Round one. Ready, go!
Yes. Yes.
Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
All right. Yes. Yes.
Knockout! four. Ready, go!
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Hot dog.
Knockout!
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing. This is for
Round one. Ready, go!
wow, hot dog.
Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go!
Yeah! Hot dog!
Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Excellent!
Heavyweights are nothing to me!
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout.
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing. This is for real. Say your prayers.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Yes. All right. Yes.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout.
waiting for? Come get some.
Just focus on your.
Round one. Ready, go!
All right. Yes.
Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
Wow.
Knockout!
Wow. Hot dog.
Round three. Ready, go! Knockout!
I am the ultimate.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Excellent! Round three. Ready, go!
All right. Yeah.
Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout!
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
Just focus on your enemy.
I'll take you down and take your name. Round one. Ready, go! Time's up! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Excellent! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout!
Say your prayer.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout!
Try training next time. I'll take you down and take your name.
I'll show you what combat's all about.
Round one. Ready, go!
Take that!
Time's up! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout! Round five. Ready, go! Knockout. Try training next time. I'll be celebrating tonight.
This is for real. Say your prayer.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout. Round two. Ready, go!
All right. Yes.
Knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
All right. Yes.
Knockout. Round four. Ready, go!
All right. Yeah.
Knockout. Round five. Ready, go! Knockout. Try training next time. I'll be celebrating tonight!
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
Round one. Ready, go! Ring out! Round two. Ready, go!
All right.
Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go!
Alright, I'm back, but I am going to be raiding soon. But I did want to answer a question after this battle. So Zaytigi was asking, why does a certain move keep coming out? Zaytigi, which move is the one that keeps coming out, and what's the situation that it keeps coming out? I'll try to see if I can try to take a crack at understanding what's happening. Like, what are you trying to do, and what's happening?
I'll be celebrating tonight!
Time for combat.
Round one. Ready, go!
And then I'm going to be raiding pretty soon. We'll raid Virtual Kazama. You should be preparing for the bi-weekly right now. This room, of course, was hosted by Akai. Feel free to keep sparring in here if you like, but please do support the bi-weekly before the hour is out. But this is a great sparring room. This is a great room for sparring.
Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go!
That, that response was just a little slow. If it was a little earlier, those hits would have been guaranteed, or at least the first one would be after blocking the knee. That's okay though. Don't worry too much about it. Sometimes it's hard to tell though, because if Jeffrey knees you from the side, there's nothing guaranteed.
Round 4. Ready, go!
But I was pretty sure that was front facing when that happened. Very good stuff. Very good. Good. That's punishable. That was a really good round though. Excellent round.
Round 5. Ready, go!
Oh, very good crush. That was a good battle. Good game. Alright, I am going to raid. We're going to raid Virtua Kazama. He is setting up for the bi-weekly. So everyone support the bi-weekly.